Hello, good morning, everyone. How are you feeling today? We are very happy to have you on the third day of our training. Part of the day was some few greetings, how you feel today, how was maybe we can say a couple of words regarding the weather. Uh, good morning, everyone. How do you feel today? Are you feeling excited? Are you feeling energetic? Are you feeling good morning, Morati. Good morning, Kaduz. Good morning, Salamawid. Good morning, everyone. How are you feeling today? I hope you're doing fine. We just started our class. Let all your friends know that it's live now. Let's start to join the class. Good morning, everyone. How are you feeling today? Share us the emoji that you like so that we know how you feel today. Are you feeling excited? Are you feeling energetic? Are you feeling happy? Let us know in the comment section or even the chat. Good morning, Solomon Kidan. Good morning, Robel. Good morning, Arena. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Musfin. How are you? Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? This is the third day of our class. We'll be resuming our class today. Hello, everyone. How are you? How are you feeling today? Robin said, "Hi, everyone. How was your day?" It was great on our side. How was it from your side? Like the video, guys. Yes, like the videos, like and share. Give us some heart. Mabrato, good morning. Good morning, Godarione. I hope I've said your name correctly. Good morning, everyone. This is the third day of our class. Okay, we have uh, a lot of our students joining in, so I think it's about time that we can start. So maybe I think some of you have joined from StreamYard because I've shared the link. That's possible. We're going to use mostly for the afternoon using StreamYard for your presentations, but necessarily when you comment and write, make sure that you write it from the YouTube side, so that your comments, your questions would be visible for all the participants. Okay, let's start. So we're about to start function, but before that, let's use like 3 minutes to revise what we've been learning last class. So go ahead and say a couple of words regarding some of the things that you remember from the previous class. Actually, I'm going to make anyone in the StreamYard. You can join from the StreamYard also, so that I give you chances to speak. Uh, there you go. I'm going to send you the link for the StreamYard if you would like to speak out live. But if you're looking to speak just using message, that's also possible, whichever way you like. So I've sent a StreamYard link in the resource section. You can join through that and you can go live to speak. Okay, so some of you are answering in the chat section. Edna said we've learned about lists and dictionaries. When you say we've learned about lists and dictionaries, maybe can you explain a bit what are lists, what are dictionaries? Dagam also said we've learned about loops and parameters. That's correct. Edna again said functions and sets. That's correct. I would appreciate also picking up one topic and then explain a bit about those topics. Khalid said about tuples. Yobel said about basically loops. And anyone joining from the StreamYard section, like for example, I can see Robson, I can see Brahana Mescal from the StreamYard side. Even though some other people, but their device is actually disconnected. So Miki said about tuples and loops. That's correct. Dagam said about a loop allows the system to run the code again and again. That's perfectly correct. Hemu said tuples, said dictionary, list, loops, for loops, while loops. That's pretty much it was the day. Okay, Tiny Tip said we have learned about tuples, said dictionary, list. Yeah, pretty much it. Edna explained about list. A list is like a row of items in order. Yes, like a to-do list. A dictionary is like a labeled box where each label key points to something value. Absolutely correct. Voila. So let's proceed to today's class. We saw a couple of things regarding functions, then we're going to keep on learning about those. So we saw how we can define function, how we can be able to call functions. We saw how what function parameters are. Maybe we didn't discuss about function arguments. We'd see that right now. Can you give me a thumbs up? Have we done exercise regarding functions? Have we done? Because on my side, I think I forgot. I don't really remember. Have we done exercise about function, or we just jumped into okay, I don't think so. Daniel also said that. Ahmed, did we actually do it? I don't think so. Dagan said. Okay, so in that case, let me just explain what's the difference between argument and okay, we haven't done. So in that case, let me just explain what the difference between argument and parameter is, and then we'll be having exercise time. So when we define functions like adding two numbers, or maybe a number that's dividing, let's say div, and then we accept two numbers, num1 and num2, and then we're supposed to divide the two numbers. So we say result is equals to num1 divided by num2, and then we are returning the result. So now this function does have a parameter where it accepts two numbers, and then it divides those two numbers and it returns the result. So this function does not print out anything, but instead it prints out something that no, it returns something that can be used for further manipulation. So I need to save it inside a certain variable, let's say the result, and then I can call the function and give it two of the numbers that I like what's the day today in Ethiopian calendar? It's 25, and then let's try and divide it by let's give the other number to be 5, so that this 25 is going to be corresponding to num1, and this 5 is going to be corresponding to num2. So the division result would be stored in div result. So if I go ahead and print div result, then I would get the result. Okay, so the very basic difference between a parameter and an argument is as follows. So a parameter is a variable. It's not a number, or it's not any specific data type. So it's just a number. It's just a variable which is defined during a function definition, while an argument is a specific data type, a number, or maybe a string, or a Boolean data type, which is sent out to the parameters when the function is being used. Okay, so arguments are during function usage, while parameters are during function definition. I hope this is clear. If it's not clear, then I can always repeat. Okay, so it's pretty much simple questions, 2 tasks. Let's give it 2 minutes for each exercise. That would be 4 minutes. Okay. Okay, Robin has a question before I start the timer. What does it mean by def? and what is important for what is it important for you? I think that's what you meant. So dev is a keyword. This is a keyword. This one I defined it. This is the name that I gave. I can name it to be anything that I like. But this is a keyword. It means you're about to define a function, and it's got an explanation if you just hover over it. If you're probably working on VS Code or maybe PyCharm, then it would show you this. So a function definition defines a user-defined function object. See section standard type hierarchy. You can click on this link. You can start to read more. So there is a documentation towards what dev is, a lot of it. But I don't think you have to go reading a lot of the definition. Generally, what it does is it just creates it's a keyword that we use to create a function. So just to remind you about the pass, let's say you've created div and you want to create a function, let's say a function that's a full calculator. Let's say maybe quadratic equation. It's a function that's solving quadratic equation, and let's say solve quadratic. Then in this case, maybe you need to develop other functions before these. So you just say pass for now. You keep on developing the other functions, and you come back to develop this. This is one of the importance of using pass, just as a reminder. I hope it's clear now, Robin. Give me confirmation if it's clear. Tiny Tips said def is used to tell the interpreter this is a function method. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Robin, you got it? Good. So let's proceed to working on the exercise. Let me start my timer. I expect, as usual, everyone to exercise. Don't use just AI tools to work on this. You just work on this by yourself, so that the best way you start to understand is when you work on it. And most importantly, when you start to work on big projects, AI is a supporter, but necessarily won't be working all the things for you. If you know how to program, AI would be, your best companion. But if you don't know what it's actually doing at the very ground of it, then it's going to be very difficult. That's why you always have to do the basics. And later, when you start to do a lot of coding, then you can give the routines to the AI. But now, as you're learning, please make sure that you code by yourself, so that it's a best way to understand. For all the problems or the challenge that you have, we're here to support. Okay, your timer has started. 4 minutes, and you guys go ahead and start work. Okay, guys, I believe you've worked on it. Let's now start work on it together. Some of you are writing in a private chat. For those of you who have joined from StreamYard side, I really don't recommend joining the whole class from StreamYard side. Maybe at the end, when you start to present your project, you would do that. But for the class to be, for you to read everything and also uh, comment from YouTube side, I suggest you join from YouTube side. Okay. Um, so the questions are accept two numbers from the accept two numbers and then uh, make print out the sum. I think two numbers as an argument and print their sum. So define at, let's accept num1 and num2, and then sum is equals to num1 plus num2, and then we are going to print out sum. So make sure that your indentation is correct in case you're having a lot of error regarding this. So the second question is, take a function that returns a cube, write a function that returns the cube of a number. So yeah, so this function, if you want to use it, as always, you would be calling the function and num1, I mean, let's give it 5 and 6. And then if we run this, you see the output is there, that's 11. Okay, let's now define another function that's returning the cube of a certain number. Yeah, a cube of a number. So what we can do is we accept a single number, and then we can be able to do a result is equals to cube times cube, no, num, I'm sorry, num times num times num. This is how you're going to do, and then you can be able to call the function inside the print. I haven't returned the value, so return result. So let's go ahead and print cube. Let's give it a number like 3, so we're expecting 9 out of this. No, 27. 9 times 3, that's going to be 27. And that's it for this exercise. In case you want to check out my code, I'm going to be sending out to you. In the Telegram resource section, you can find the code. All right. So this is one very important thing that you should be aware, arbitrary and keyword argument. Sometimes, the amount of arguments that you'll be accepting to your function is not defined in a certain manner, and you would like it to be arbitrary because it could increase, it could decrease, it depends. So in that case, we use args. Let's first understand about the args keyword, and later we would also use keyword arguments. So Let's remove this. So let's create a function that's going to accept the trainee names in this class. So let's define function that says trainee name, and let's accept names as a keyword argument. No, as an arbitrary argument. So arbitrary argument to use, you just say args. That's the keyword for it. And then what I'm going to do is create a list that says name list. So what I'm going to do to this list is name list dot append. Maybe actually I don't have to even do this because it usually stores it as a tuple. Arguments are received as a tuple, okay? So I just can just do this, args. But we'll see that the problem that I'm creating here is I shouldn't say args, but I should give the name that I like, okay? Arg is a keyword and it's going to probably cause an error. Yeah. So you put an asterisk to show that whatever variable that you've defined is an arbitrary argument. And then that name is going to be that's holding all the arguments that are being sent as a tuple. And then you save it here. So maybe I rename this to be tuple. So we can go ahead and print name tuple. Okay, so now let's start to use the function. The function is trainee name. And I'm going to pick up the last names in the chat. So I have, I'm going to go upward from the last one. That's tiny tips. And we have Mr. Mariam Germa. We have Robin. We have, you see, the advantage of here, the advantage of this is Yemskana Mazmur tube. So you can see that I can keep on adding down any amount of arguments that I like, and it's okay. But previously, in the previous examples, if you add any more arguments than the amount that you have defined, it's going to cause an error. So if I run this, you can see that I have created this function first, and then I have used this function by calling it. So since I said print the name tuple, you can see that later it printed it to be as a tuple. Tiny tips, Mr. Mariam Robel, tube. So when you send out all the arguments, it's going to pack it as a tuple. That's the most important thing that you should be aware. So I can do more manipulations if I like to. Okay, I can do that. For example, I can go ahead and write a for loop where name tuple for name in range, I can say. So each value in the iteration would be written as a name. So I can go ahead and start to print each name independently. So in this case, the way that it prints is a bit different. So it's printing it one after the other. But I can also do more manipulations if I like. I can do a comma here and give it a separation of this. But maybe let's use int and give it a separation of asterisks. So tiny tips, Mr. Amare and Robin, the way that you can present could be in a different ways. So this is a way that you can be able to use arbitrary arguments. But sometimes you would require to send out both the name and the last name, okay? So for example, look here, I just sent, let's say, Tiny Tips. I think that's your channel's name, but I'm considering this to be your first name, and this is going to be your middle name, considering Ethiopian situation. Mr. Amaram, this is your first name, this is your middle name. For Robil, this is just your first name, that's it. You haven't written that in your channel. And for Yemskana Mazmur, you have 3 names, but for now we're going to make it 2, like Yemskana Mazmur Tube. So if you would like to access these values as a dictionary or something that resembles carrying both the key and the value pair, then in that case, you would be using keyword arguments. So here is an example about keyword arguments. So it's typically like a dictionary that it's going to store it. Actually, it's going to collect the value and store it into a dictionary. While in arguments, arbitrary arguments, it's going to store it as a tuple. So since it's storing it as a dictionary, then it gives you much more freedom that you can do better manipulations on this. So you can see here, this is a print info function which accepts a keyword argument, and that keyword arguments is printing keyword arguments.item. So this, if you remember from previous class, this is going to print out a list that contains tuple, where each tuple contains the key value pair of that specific dictionary. So this is something new, this line, but it's not something very difficult. We're going to work on it. It's using a for loop, and it's got 2 values now. It's got a key and a value here in keyword argument items. You remember from keyword argument items or dictionary items, there is a list, and inside of that list there is a tuple, which that tuple includes the key value pair. So the key goes to the key and the value goes to the value. That means you can go manipulating 2 variables in your loop, which gives you a lot of freedom. That's why it's so perfect to use for loop whenever you have a sequence of anything necessarily. So let's first do this example, and then I would also do another example using this. So maybe before I go explaining about that, let me show you how it would be error if you define or give more than one the defined amount of arguments to a function, except the fact that you use arbitrary arguments or keyword arguments. So I'm going to add the 2 numbers and return the sum. Print out the sum. So num1 plus num2. And this is a perfect function. If I go ahead and call the add function and give num1 plus 5 and 6, and then everything is okay. So it's going to print out the value. Maybe let's remove this. This is causing the pooling. So we have a value that's 11. 5 plus 6, that's perfect. But if I go ahead and add more arguments, then comes the problem. It shows you here that this is the error, and R takes two positional arguments, but three were given. It says that. But this is not the case when you do this to the previous function. You haven't defined these all amounts of parameters, but you have given it a lot of arguments, and which is still really okay. I believe you understood the challenge. Let's define a function that says person info, and in that function we're going to accept a keyword argument. So for a keyword argument, it's sending out name, salam, age, 25, and so on. So when it comes to keyword arguments, you need to do double asterisk sign, which was only one during an arbitrary argument. So then you give the name that you like, info, I can say, and then so you're going to print, if you like, just print info, and you can see what the structure of the data that it's going to accept is. So let's call out the function person info, and let's give it values that we like. So you give the values as a key value pair, okay? So maybe I'm going to say name. I'm going to really require one participant for this. Anyone interested to participate? Anyone interested to participate? The first person that is going to comment, I'm going to say that's me. Who would like to participate? Masfen. Okay, thank you, Masfen. So Masfen, what your name is Masfen, and profession. I'm going with Masfen. So student, and let's ask country. What's your country? Ethiopia. Ethiopia. Okay, so now you see that I have given it three key value pairs. So this is the key, this is the value, this is the key, this is the value, this is the key, and this is the value. So when I send out all the key value pair to this function, it's going to save it inside info as a dictionary. So we're just printing it inside the function so that we can see what happens. So you see that this is the last value is what's happening. So name Masfen, you can see it's a dictionary already. There is a curly bracket. We can even do type to make sure it's a dictionary. Print type of info. So it shows dictionary. It's a class of dictionary. So the fact that it's a dictionary, you can do a lot of manipulations. So as I said earlier, you can use the dictionary.item function or method of a dictionary. Okay, guys. So now look, let's see the item function, what it does. or dot item method of a dictionary. So when I say dot item, in that item you can see that it's a list. It's a list of values, but inside that list, it's been nested to have a tuple, which you can do. By the way, you can have dictionary inside a tuple, tuple inside a dictionary, or dictionary, put a dictionary inside a list. All the 4 collection data types that we saw, you can manipulate between them, okay, the way that you like, and you can create any type of manipulation, and that's perfectly okay. So dot item, and it gives you the key value pair. It's going to store it as a tuple, inside the sequence. So if I go ahead and use this in the for loop, then I have 2 values. Let's say, let's just give it a new key value in info dot item, and then I can print using string formatting. Name is key, and I say is, and I say value. Okay, so what it's going to do is, for all the in the sequence, it just picks the first one in the sequence, and inside that sequence, since it has 2 values, it's going to give the first value to the first variable that I have defined, and the second value to the second variable that I have defined. So it's next is going to print out as of the sequence. So the error is coming because I have forgot to do this. I think it's items. There is an S. So maybe let's comment the previous code so that we can only see the next one, or maybe we can put some print statement with a lot of new line. Okay, so the previous code is this. This is the new code. So it says name is Muslim, profession is student, country is Ethiopia, which we have done it in just 1 line of code here. Everything, you don't have to print it 3 times. Is this clear? Is this clear? Dagam, you asked, is there a way to remove the apostrophe? Which apostrophe and why? Tiny Tip said dot items. Item. I don't understand what the question is. I think you guys said it's clear. Let me wait for someone to say it's not clear. Just let me wait for 3 messages, and then we proceed to the next questions and exercise. Okay, it's clear. Good. So default parameter is another very easy thing. So default parameter is the parameter that you give to your function, and even if you don't give any parameter, then it's okay. That the function is going to run, and it's optional. That's what it means generally. So let me copy this whole code and let me send it to you so that you can practice with it. So let's define greet and I don't know. So it was just trying to use name as a default value of Gust. And here what it prints out is it's going to print let's use hello, we give it name. So when we call this function, I can call as just greet without giving it any parameter, even though there is a parameter here, I can just call it. So what happens is it says hello guest. But I can also specify the name that I like. So I'm going to choose someone else from our attendees, Harry Brook. Harry Brook. So I'm going to do Harry Brook. I'm going to give it as a name. So it's going to say, hello, Harry Brook. So it's optional for you to give an argument. I can probably add another argument saying country. But necessarily when you define one thing that you should be aware, it's a good thing that this error came. So when you define arbitrary arguments, when you define keyword arguments, and also default values, you make sure that it's at the end of all the parameters, not at the beginning or the middle. That's going to cause you an error. So I'm going to give country from the beginning side, and then it's okay. But if I write after the arbitrary, the default value, the arbitrary value, or the keyword argument, then it's going to cause you an error. So if I run this code, error is going to happen. This is because for at least the first one, you need to give the value. But for the next one, you're not expected. So, Harry, I don't know which country that you are from. You can mention it if I'm wrong, but I'm going to say Ethiopia. And if I'm wrong, please let me know. Harry Brook. So let's improve the code to also include Ethiopia. Hello name from we give the country. So you can see that the first one is hello guest from Ethiopia, and the second one is hello Harry Brook from Ethiopia. Yeah, this is what it means by default values. This is a 1-minute challenge. We'll give you just 1 minute. Necessarily, we've done it. Just add CT parameter to the person argument. Yeah, that's it. So I'm going to send you out this code also in the Telegram group. I'm giving you a time of 2 minutes to do this. Okay, go ahead and do this question. Okay, so you guys were asking questions. Robel said, is it as default to use name guest? No, I just wanted to use it. If you just say name and equals to and give it a value inside the parameter definition, then it's a default value. And can we have more than one default parameters? I believe so, Wazam. So we can go ahead and check it. I'm not sure if it works, but let's give it a try. So let's give it city. City is this. So let's include this here. So yeah, you can keep on adding more parameters that you like for Wazam. Okay, so let's do the questions together. It's define a function person info which uses keyword argument to collect personal information and include a default city parameter. Okay, so this question has city parameter. I think the time was short. That's why you haven't done it, you guys. I really appreciate it if you can try this question before we proceed, actually. Edna have tried this. Good. And also Salamawit. Okay, to use our time effectively, let's go ahead and do the questions. So here we go. So the question is, let me just read it one more time. Define a function person info, which uses keyword argument to collect a person's personal information and includes a default city parameter. So define person info, and then inside that info we have name, city is equals to Addis Ababa. So I'm going to use information from here to print it. So I'm going to also create a keyword argument info, and then I can be able to print the infos. So so I need to use a for loop to print out all the arguments, by the way. So I'm going to say for a key value in info.items, I'm going to say print name key is value. But for the default value, I'm going to come up at the end of it outside the for loop saying print city is no. I think I should do this. city is city. So I'm going to call out the function person info. I'm going to use the previous info by Mesfin. So name is equals to Mesfin, profession equals to student, and country is equals to Ethiopia. So name is Mesfin, profession is a student, country is Ethiopia, city is Addis Ababa. So the last one, this is coming from the default value. So I'm going to share you the code, which you can work on it. I'm going to share it on the Telegram group also. Okay, I see questions. In is a variable like keyword arguments. Yeah, Kadus, that's great. Okay. So next, I think it's your break time. I'm sorry, guys. So let's have our 15 minutes break and then we'll be back. Okay. So let's reset this to be 15 minutes and we'll be back. Yeah, shooting. Hello everyone, let's start the call. Hello everyone, let's start to join the call. The break time is over. Okay, let's resume from where we stopped. I think you guys have joined back. Let's resume where we've stopped. So we saw return values. This is a function with a return value of cube. I think we've also done this question. Um, so a scope of a variable. When it comes to a scope of a variable, what it means is we have two types of variables. The first one is a local variable, and the other one is a global variable. So a global variable is a variable that's declared or created outside of a function, and it's visible everywhere else. It's visible in any part of the code. But when it comes to local variables are only visible inside of a function, and they're never visible outside of that function. So make sure that your variable you are very aware of this. So for example, look here. This is a global variable which says which have a string of I'm global, and you define let's say a function test scope, and local variable says I'm local, and it prints the global variable in the local variable. So the local variable only visible inside of here. But if you try and call print local variable outside of the function, then this would be an error. Okay. So one thing that I would like to teach you regarding errors is okay, so that's about scope of a variable, so that a global variable is visible everywhere else, while a local variable is only visible inside a function. So Lambda functions. Lambda function is a lifesaver when it comes to different applications. It's anonymous type of function. You know, by anonymous, what I mean is it's you don't have to define a name for it when you use Lambda function. You just use the function, and then you can apply it in anywhere that you like. Especially when it comes to a lot of data science library, then it would be very, very helpful. So, for example, let's do one example regarding the Lambda function. So, here the example that was given was a squaring Lambda function. So you just say Lambda, and then you create a certain variable, and then you give what you want to do to the variable. For you to be much visible, I'm going to put it inside a bracket, but you necessarily don't have to put it in a bracket. So x times x, then that's the end of the function. Isn't it so simple? I mean, it's just one line of code. And then you can be able to apply this function, use this function in any way that you like. But the way that you're going to call it is through the square. Okay, you can check that the square is not a variable. you can check the type of it. Square. If you run this, you see that it's not a variable, but it's a function. So I can say square, and for that square, I can give it a value of, let's say, 5. And we're going to get a response of 25, okay? Because it's going to apply the lambda function. One more example could be adding adding other. Let's say other, and let's say lambda let's accept a value y, and for whatever value y was, we're going to add 5 to it. So I can go ahead and call the other function, which is a lambda function, and then I can give it 5. And the result is going to be 10 because it adds 5 to it. This is lambda function. Just make sure that you understand this because it could be helpful in a lot of ways. Okay, let me send you the code in the Telegram group. Okay. The other is a recursive function. So recursive function is whenever you have a situation that you want to recurse or recursively apply, then it would be very important. So recursive functions, it calls itself several times. You can see, for example, in this code, it defines a factorial function that's n, and it defines if n is equals to 1, then it's going to return 1. But otherwise, what it's going to return is n times the factorial of n minus 1. Maybe I think it's much more, it would be much more clear as we apply diagrammatically. So let's write the code first, and then we'd also start to do it diagrammatically. So let's define factorial, and we're accepting a value n, and if n equals to 1, then we're going to return 1. But otherwise, we're going to return whatever the previous value of n was, and then we're going to multiply it into factorial, the function itself, factorial. I made it double L, which you can improve here. I'm going to multiply it to the existing function, factorial n minus 1. Okay, so I can call out, I can create a result variable, and I can say factorial and give it a value like, let's say, 5. And then let's print out result. Maybe we can say factorial of 5 is result. Let's run this. So it says factorial of 5 is 120. So to understand the logic better, let's use a whiteboard. Opening my whiteboard. Okay. So here's how it goes. So the first one here, it starts with n. So n was originally 5, isn't it? Or as we define the function. So it's going to check if n is equals to 1 and n is not 1. So it's going to be 5. So it's going to return n times the previous value. We actually don't have any previous value at the moment. It's going to return just n and pass on to the next function if factorial n minus 1. So it's going to say 5. It's going to return 5, then times 5 times factorial of n minus 1. So which means it goes again back to the function. That's what it means. That's what we call recursion. So it's going to go back again inside the function with a value of n minus 1. It was previously 5, but now it's n minus 1. So as we go here, n minus 1, it goes back again with n minus 1, that's 4, and it checks if 4 is equals to 1, which is not true. So it's going to pass on to the next one. N at the moment is 4. So it's going to say 4 and times factorial of n minus 1. It's going to call the function again with 1 less than whatever it was. It's actually 4 at the moment, so it's going to be 3. So it's going to go back, joining the function with the value of 3. So it comes here to check if 3 is equals to 1, which is not. So it passes this if statement and it goes returning 3, that's the value of n, times factorial of n minus 1. At the moment, n is 3, 3 minus 1, that's 2, so it goes back to the function. So 2 is here, and it checks if 2 is equals to 1, that's false, so it never goes inside of the decision if. It goes running to return n, and is now 2, so it's going to be 2 times, the next one is going to be factorial of n minus 1. So n minus 1 is 1 minus 2 minus 1, that's 1. So it goes back again to the function with 1. So 1 comes in, n is equals to 1, and then it's going to return 1. That's 1. And then the recursion ends here. So if you try and multiply all of this, it's going to be 120. So 5 times 4, that's 20. 20 times 6, that's 60. 60 times 2, that's 120. We have 120 as a result. Okay, this is what we call recursion. But just to give you an idea of why we have included if statement, if I remove this, then the recursion never ends. It's going to eat a lot of your resource. So usually, you know, recursion maximum number is given in a different programming environment, unless you're just defining it to be a certain amount. It can't be unlimited because it's going to use a significant amount of the memory. So maximum recursion depth has exceeded is the error, because it went for 996 times, which is, it keeps on subtracting from 5. So it's now at the point where it's negative 991. And that's a lot of recursion and a big number that you to hold in the memory. So that's why we put an end to our recursion through a certain type of logic. For example, this one. So before we go to the challenge, maybe we do all the exercises together because this is the last topic. So modules. Module is a way that you can classify your code into different files. It's sometimes very important when you work on a bigger project. You can put the modules all together to make a package, but necessarily I don't think a package is that important at this point of work that you guys are doing, but module would be important. So package is something that includes also modules. So let's go ahead and see how you can be able to create modules. So for example, let's say we've defined this function, and each of these function is actually a factorial function, and it's in day3 file. So I'm going to create another file exactly in the same folder here. I don't know, whichever programming environment that you're using, it's okay, you can do it. But I really suggest that you do it in the same folder. Otherwise, you go ahead and figuring out the path of the file. If you're able to do that, then it's okay. But if you're not, I really suggest you put this in the same file. So I'm going to say file, and then I'm going to create another function that says maybe maths or factorial .py. So whenever you create a Python file, make sure that it's .py. Okay. So I'm going to bring the code from day3 to factorial here. Okay. So I wanted to use this function in a different location. So what I have to do here inside of the day3, I need to import that function. So I say import factorial, and then I can be able to use factorial. Okay, so to use factorial, what I say is factorial dots, and then inside of it, that I have all the functions that I have defined. So I can give the value that I like now here, and then I can store it in result. So I can go ahead and print result. It's 120. Now the function that is doing the job is actually in other code, in other file. So you can define as much as functions that you like. Maybe I can create a function that adds a number like num1 and num2, and maybe why always num1 and num2? Let's just give it an arbitrary value, and then for I in num, I can say I can create a sum is equals to 0. Whichever number amount that the user inputs, it's going to add them. It's going to do sum plus equals I. Okay, so it's going to add all the numbers, and then it's going to return sum. So I can come back here and also call a function. Since the name of the function, the whole file is factorial, I call factorial. I can create a variable to store the value, and then I say factorial, then I do dot. So all the functions could be even provided to you, like a red sign, like saying F in PyCharm, also in VS Code. But also, I'm not sure, but most IDEs would support. So factorial dot add, and I can give it a couple of numbers that I like, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, blah, blah. So it's going to add it for me, and I can go ahead and print it. Print sum. So the sum is 40. I believe that is correct. So this is how you can use modules in your code. So you can always refer back to the video while you work also. Now let's proceed to the final exercise before we end this section. But if you guys would like to proceed to your project, that's perfectly okay. Honestly, the most important thing at this point is your project. So, oh, you guys have questions? I never saw. The programmer said, can you revise a little bit about global and local? Please, okay. And also Lambda, the programmer, can you revise about factorial too, please, dear sir? Uh, 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 Maybe can you guys check out the videos a bit? Yeah, that's my point. Let's proceed to data science. Let's proceed to data science. Since the video is already online, you can always revisit it. Let's actually proceed to data science. Do you agree on this? Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, so data is almost powering up everything that we see in the current world. From your YouTube recommendation to your e-commerce application, you see a lot of products that you buy are actually comes from your recommendation. For example, if you go ahead and buy one thing from Alibaba, then all your next feed would be that. Even it syncs with your Gmail because you can sign up with your Gmail to your Alibaba account. So whenever there are promotions even that comes to your website as you have signed into your Gmail, all the promotion comes through what you bought, what you saw, and everything. So let's understand a bit why it's important in the three things that are very major when it comes to data science. So there are three basic steps or basic clusters that are part of data science. The first one is data engineering. So the next comes data analysis and data science. Before I proceed, I just want to have a perspective of you guys, if you really know what it means by any of these three terms, then please go ahead and say. You can write it in the chat section so that I can check it out.
So I don't know if you're answering elsewhere. Do you know anything about data science, data analysis, or data engineering? Some of the things that you would like to mention? I would like to read. Okay, the programmer said data science is a multidisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, process, algorithms, and systems to extract knowledge and insights from a data. Mr. Amariam said data engineering builds the pipeline to collect, prepare data analysis, interpret the data to find insights. And the data science use balls to make predictions and drive decisions with algorithms, pretty much. So let's discuss it in detail. So data engineering is a way that we actually collect data. So collecting data is a very vital step when it comes to data science. If you don't really have the data, then it's going to be difficult for you to do anything later. So the data needs to be collected. So the goal as a data engineer is to make raw usable data available. So the key task is taking in data, like you can scrape data from the internet, like Google Play, or maybe social medias from Twitter, from Facebook, from Instagram. You can start to pick up or collect data from there, like comments. For example, all the comments that you've been writing in these sections can be scraped, and then we can analyze different things regarding the lesson to predict how the lesson was, starting from your comments and all the things that you've been writing. So data ingestion is just bringing in the data, and then transformation of the data. Transformation means sometimes data, that you collect are not clean. Actually, not sometimes, but most of the time they're not clean. They have some wrong things, like incorrect characters, or some data. Some of the rows of the data are null values, and some of the data, let's say as you're expecting numerical data, there are string data. All this needs to be cleaned, transformed. And for example, as I am looking forward to process data, only that are string text-based data, but if there are a lot of emojis inside of the data, then I should be able to remove all the emojis from your texts. So removing emojis is one other important task. And also, maybe you can be able to transform the emojis into a certain word. All emojis have a certain reaction that they have a meaning to. So changing those into a meaning is also one other transformation. So then later you store all the cleaned data. That would be the key tasks regarding data engineering. So there are a lot of tools like SQL, Airflow, Spark, and a lot of cloud services that you can use to store the data. It depends on if you're using Amazon or if you're using Microsoft provided services. And for these libraries that are used in Python are, because I'm going to recommend you everything related to Python, because mostly, I mean, the huge amount of developers in the data world are actually using Python a lot. So Python libraries like pandas is used a lot to clean the data, to transform the data. And SQL Alchemy is also used when you would like to connect any of your data that you've been cleaning into a database. If you're creating a schema of the data in other uh, databases, then you should be able to connect it from your notebook or from any of your coding environment towards the database. And we usually use SQL Alchemy. And the other thing that is very much spoke when it comes to data is big data. I believe you've heard a lot about big data. So big data is also something that comes inside of data engineering. The thing that it makes it a bit different is it's a huge data. It's not something that you can process with ease, or the traditional way of processing data is not anymore enough to handle big data. So there are 5 V's when it comes to data. Um, you can probably you've probably read about this or come across when you start to discuss about big data. The first is volume. That's a massive amount of data that you get, like terabytes of data, petabytes of data, which you're going to process. That's huge, humongous. Like one, I don't know, petabyte is like 12 petabyte. I think it's 12, 10 raised to 12. And that's humongous amount of data to process. And the traditional ways of processing this data would be very, very difficult. Like, for example, the ChatGPT is processing big data. So it's using big data analysis or big data engineering. So data is generated very quickly. That's why that's what we call the velocity. Like real time streaming, IoT IoT devices are integrated to this. IoT meaning Internet of Things, which means devices that are connected to the internet. For example, like YouTube, everyone is posting on YouTube. There are a lot of live streams that are happening at the moment, and YouTube needs to process this data. So can you imagine the amount of people on YouTube? And that data is getting populated very, very fastly than any other data, like human population data. So which makes it very difficult to process in a traditional way. So the velocity is something that also makes the big data a big data. The other one is the variety of the data. It comes in a different forms, like text data. For example, the live stream that we're doing, it's got a video, it's got a text, and it's not the case for us, but there could be also sensor data and logs. So sensor data meaning like temperature sensing data that are being sent in a live manner. So it's being updated every other 5 seconds or 10 seconds, which makes the data different. Like there is a text, there is an audio, there is a video, there is an image. Then it's all different to process a text and an image, or an image and a video. So it's all different processes that you need to take to actually process those data. So this is also something important that the big data considers. The other is the veracity, quality and trustworthiness of the data. Sometimes it's very challenging to bring up to quality huge amount of data, and also the trustworthiness, because when it comes to be huge data, it's very difficult to identify which is trustworthy, which is not. So this is also what makes a big data a big data. And the value of it is also very great, because you can start to uh, get trends, make projections, and also make meaningful insights. Ultimately, we use data to make predictions, to make decisions. So big data has a very big value when it comes to this. So we just saw that Data engineering is just collecting the data, making those data clear data, which we are going to work for for uh, for any of our analysis. So the data is now ready. The data analyst work would be to explore the data, which means trying to understand what the data is actually holding. It summarizes the data, and that's mostly something related to data analysis. It doesn't give any predictions based on the cleaned data, so it can go ahead and make some descriptive analysis and statistics. Sometimes they could do the work of cleaning, but not mostly. So descriptive statistics is there, and then visualization of the data is what comes along with it. So giving insights of what the previous values or the previous data are trying to show. So Excel could be used, SQL could be used, Tableau could be used, Jupyter Notebook could also be a tool that you can use when it comes to data analysis. Also VS Code, there is a notebook that you can create inside of a VS Code. So VS Code is very versatile, where you can write any type of programs. It includes most of the things that we require actually. And when it comes to bigger programs, then bigger projects, then Jupyter Notebook won't be such a good choice, but VS Code is better. So the Python related libraries for this is for your data manipulation, you can use pandas and NumPy, and then also use matplotlib library, seaborn, plotly, which each of them have a way that you can visualize. So matplotlib library is based on the libraries pandas, and you can visualize different, you can start to create different plots, different graphs. And Seaborn is built on top of matplotlib library, where it has more advanced plotting features, which makes it more interesting to use it, and which is one of my favorites actually. So this is something that the Seaborn is very interesting library, and Plotly is another very interesting library that you can make your visualizations interactive. So when you click on the graph moves, something happens to it based on the code that you have done. So data analysis is bringing in insights from the previous data, while data science is the last in the data science pipeline, where the goal is to make predictive models, optimizing models, and automation of the processes. So the task related to data science is you 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 make a model, and then you train the model, and you evaluate the model if that model is perfect or not, the prediction level of the model, accuracy level of the model, and the recall level of the model. These things would be checked, and then you would deploy your models for any of your needs. For example, YouTube's algorithm for your page would be changed many times as of the new model. So there are a lot of libraries regarding these. I've just put some of the important ones, like scikit-learn. This is the library that holds most of the machine learning models that you require, like linear regressions, or maybe support vector machine, random forest, or decision trees. Most of the machine learning libraries would be here. If there was anyone in the class regarding statistics, I believe you understand the models that I have said, because these models are actually statistical model, but translated with better processing power and more freedom to manipulate the data. XGBoost is another library, stat model. All these are machine learning and statistics models. For deep learning, there is also TensorFlow, Keras, PyTorch. For your model tracking and storage, you can also use MLflow. So MLflow is something very similar to DevOps. So DevOps is for mostly development related tracks, but MLflow is for machine learning flows. JobLeap, Pickle are also something that you can check. I'll be sharing you this slide so that you can use it as a path for your future path in data science if you're looking forward to that. So just to summarize the pipeline and how it all connects, it's as follows. So there is a raw data collected from the internet, from scraping, or from sensors, different places. It goes to the engineering, data engineering, and then it goes to the data analysis to be analyzed after the data engineer have put the infrastructure, putting in all the data to be in a clean manner. The data analyst would analyze to find insight, like exploring the data, and the data scientist would do the prediction. So prediction is not something that you would be considering for the previous data, but using the previous data to predict what's going to come in the future. This is a role of a data scientist where it predicts the future. So finally, to come up with an insight from the data. For example, from a user's log behavior, there is a movie recommendation system. Like, for example, if you're using Netflix and if you've been watching a couple of movies this week, and whatever the next time that you can come to your Netflix account, it's mostly related to what you see. Your feed is based off what you saw previously. So this actually recommendation is happening through all the paths. The raw data is the one that you've been watching, the one probably that you've been rating, the one that you've been commenting and stuff. And then the data engineering goes storing all the data, and then there is analysis, and then there is a prediction and insight. Ultimately, the insight is all the movies that are similar with the one that you saw from the database would be connected so that it comes back to your live feeds. So the key skills that you need to learn is Python, if you're going with Python, but also there is R and libraries that I've mentioned. And then you need to be very good at data handling, maybe SQL, and also other APIs. API means application program interface that you can use depending on your specific case. And understanding of also about file system is very vital. And ML basics like machine learning models, like regression, classification models, and so forth. And visualization of the data is also something very important that you need to be very aware. And having a cloud awareness, because mostly infrastructures that we use are cloud-based infrastructures. So knowing about cloud infrastructure is also very important so that you can store your data on the cloud. Yeah, cloud, I mean data centers that are virtual and you can rent and use. So the career track along with data science is so data engineer. They build the infrastructure, they build the data cleaning path, the pipeline, and everything for making the data ready for predictions. And data analyst role is interprets reports based on the data. And data scientists are mostly focusing on building a model, optimizing a model, and mostly this is the biggest role when it comes to data science. Mostly, PhD level candidates are here in the data science role, and the biggest payments are also in the data science role, scientist role. So the other could be other roles that could incorporate, could be machine learning engineers, AI researchers, something similar to data science also. So, I mean, you can use other programming language to your data science path, but I really recommend that you do Python, but it's not necessarily um, uh, the last programming language that I say you have to use. But I have my points when I say Python is good. The first one is it's universally used across, I mean, all stages of data science path. There is Python, and just using Python, you can just keep on going. And it's very easy to learn. It's the most easiest language to learn because it's very close to the human language, considering others, So there is a vast ecosystem of a lot of libraries. It's open source, and there is a whole lot of community that is working towards this. So this is important. This is why Python is important. Okay, so let me see your comments. A lot of emojis from the programmer. I don't know what that means. The important point that we should have to know, said Mabratu. Yeah, I don't know what you mean, but yeah, most of the important and high level kickoff is this. And Mabratu said, why I'm following this class is my interest about autonomous systems, which depends on data science and analysis. Yeah, I mean, autonomy is based on always data. So autonomous car, we have autonomous car because we have a lot of data that has been collected for decades and later they have been implemented. Um, Okay, thank you. Maybe I go ahead and show you some of the projects that I've done regarding data science to show you. For you to access it and work more on it, I'm going to just open up my GitHub and I can send you the link, which you can also check it out anytime that you like. So here we go. So you can check out my GitHub and any of the projects that I've made open. For example, let's check one of the projects, like let's say this one, e-commerce customer behavior analysis. So this project is something that is based off a company. Let's say that that company necessarily is looking for to make decision if they have to focus on their mobile app or maybe they have to focus on their new website. Actually, both are running. Okay, link, please. I'm going to share you the whole link to my GitHub. You can check it out. I'll put it both in the Telegram group and also in the chat section, so that you can, the whole code, everything is there. Okay, I sent it. So this project, this e-commerce customer behavior analysis, tries to analyze the data of the customer who've been using the e-commerce site and to make a decision if they have to focus on their website or their app. Because if they're trying to focus on both, then that could make the liquidity of the company very low. Or in easy words, what it means is the company's money could be all in investment, and there is no running money for the company. So they would like to focus on one of it for now, and then they can come up to work on it later. So you can check out the README part of this project so that you can understand a bit in depth. So um, so let me open up one of the notebooks. So you see here, I've used libraries like Pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib library, Seaborn. These libraries are used for visualization. Necessarily, these two are for data manipulation, and these are for visualization. And these two are like the sklearn model selection. The sklearn model selection, we use this as a train test split, which we usually do split our data into train test split. Maybe you will learn more as you learn about machine learning. So I've imported the sklearn library, which holds most of the models regarding machine learning. So I've imported the linear regression model, which would be my model later. So this is the data. So this is the head of my data, meaning only the first five data. But necessarily the data is much bigger. So I can go ahead and check out my data to describe what the standard deviation is, what the mean of the data is for each of the rows. For example, average section length. That means on the website, time on the website, or time on the app. I can check it out. So there are 500 rows for both of them. 500 data points. In the meantime, on the app is 12, while the mean time on the website is actually 37. But necessarily, people, even if they spend time on the website, you really don't know where the sales is coming from. So yearly spent amount is also here in average that you can check. I'm not going in detail about this, but you can check it out. And also we'd have other courses regarding this. But the detailed data science course is a paid version and it's not for free. But we'd have it. It's a longer period of time that you can learn with. So you can check the general information regarding the data. If they have null value, then you're going to later manipulate it to clean the data. But all the rows are actually null values, all the 500 rows. So we can now start to visualize the data. This is a joint plot that we call. So I just put two of the rows in a manner that I can understand their relation between the correlation between the two data. So yearly amount spent, this is in USD, the amount of money that they spent on that website. And this is the time that they spent on the website. You can see that it's a bit correlated, but you can't really say it's correlated because it's a bit dispersed. But we can see the data has a very strings when it comes to the center. So the more or average time spender on the website is also spending average amount of money. You can see the data movement from the side, like this is for the yearly amount spent. It's something like a normal distribution tending at the center of the data. But some people who spend a lot are not actually on the website. And some people who are not on the website, they're not buying. That's very understandable. If someone is not spending a lot of time on the website, then they're not buying. But also people who are spending a lot of time on the website, they're not buying, which shows us there is no good correlation between yearly amount spent and the time on the website. But you can see from the time on the app, and yearly amount spent, then it's very much correlated. You see, when people spend a very small amount of time on the website, then they're not buying anything, or a small group of people are buying. But as the time they spend on the website, on the mobile app increases, then the amount they spend is also correlationally increasing. I don't know. I mean, we need to have more information to have a good decision. But maybe the money is also on the mobile. Maybe I don't know. Um, so this is the correlation that you can understand. So you can change these graph into a kind of joint plot that has hex bins. So a hex bin graph is something like, for example, if there are lots of dots around here, you would like to just darken the color so that you can pick up those points. For example, here, look, this dark point means there is a lot of correlation at this point. That's what it means. You can also do a pair plot. A pair plot is a plot when it comes to bigger data. It's sometimes very difficult to run this because, yeah, it requires a bit processing power. It's going to put all the relation of each columns. For example, let me zoom in to see some of the columns that has a very good relation. For example, look, the length of membership, if they are staying very long as a member, and it's very correlated to the yearly amount spent. So when people start to spend a lot of money on that e-commerce, then they also have a long membership period. And this is the relation that we have. And the most relation that you can see also here is length, membership, and yearly amount spent. So now that we have done the analysis, this is what we call the role of data analyst, and they write report on what they have find, the key finding from the data. Now we can start to build the machine learning model, which in this code there is a regression model training the linear regression, and then you see that the prediction, and this is the predicted value, and this was the actual value, and the prediction and the actual value are very much aligned. So you can go ahead and check out some of the metrics and try to see or inspect the model. So from the coefficients of the model, this is typically statistics. So I'm just going to introduce you, but you can read a lot. So what this means, just for the sake of curiosity, look, the average section length coefficient is 25, which means keeping all the values here to be 0 and one value increase, I mean, keeping all the other sections fixed like these ones, the 3 ones, and 1 unit value increase in the average section length would actually cause a general increase of 25.98. And the same is true for time on the upside, on the up. You can see keeping all the others fixed, 1 unit increase on the time on the up would be 38, which is much bigger than the website. I mean, yeah, no, the website is this one, which is almost 0. So that shows that investing on the app is better, but you can also research a lot to understand more. I've written here what I said, so you can always check this. So let me also show you maybe one more interesting project, then that should be the end. So stock market. I think a lot of you are a lot interested to understand about the stock market because a lot of people invest on the stock market. Also, you need to understand how the stock market works, considering also the news. So this project, the whole project, if you go ahead and see, it's which includes 5 companies or more. Amazon, this is Amazon, this is Apple, this is Google, this is Meta, which is Facebook, Instagram, this is Microsoft, this is Nvidia, this is Tesla. And this is the analysis of quantitative analysis for each of the companies. And you can see the correlation between news and the stock movement, which means the news that are being sent out through, like Times Magazine or probably BBC, CNN, what they're saying on those, how is it actually affecting the market? So, for example, this is the case for Google. The stock market, starting from 2004, it's been increasing significantly, the stock price, which could have a different reasons. It could be news, but generally this is how it was. So this is what we call data visualization. You can also add like the close price, SMAs. This is typically financial terms, which I'm not going to describe a lot here. But let's say as a data analyst, why did the graph fall here? Why did it raise up here? These are the things that you're looking for to answer. You go ahead and then understand those points in their correlation that they have with the original data, so that you try to see the correlations that I have done, maybe in the other file. So this is a lot of numbers that uses Pearson correlation and tries to see the correlation between the news and the movement in the money of in the stock movement of each companies. So these are some of the things that are interesting relating to data science. Maybe just one more. And so this is, for example, mobile banking app review of Ethiopian banks, where it tries to show the insights. For example, let's say you have 500 comments on your app, and it could be a bit bigger to read, let's say 5,000. So in this case, you may be using like cloud words to select, first using the sentiment analysis, if there are negative comments, if there are positive comments, and you can put, for example, the positive comments all together in a word cloud. So I believe you saw these kinds of things a lot in social medias. So what this does is the most written words are the ones in big, okay? For example, good. A lot of people have commented on your website, good. They've said up, which is not that of a big thing for you, but excellent. Excellent is also something that you see. Dashen, this must be an output from Dashen Bank. So Dashen Bank is also something written very well. Great service is also something that is written well. Easy application, easy and well. So you can see the big words are the ones that you're looking for. There are very small words like useful or very small ones that you don't have to consider. Like perfect, for example. There is here perfect, but it's insignificant. But nice, good, up, or the combination of these are much repeated. Nice up, good Dashen Bank up, great up, easy up. These are the things that are most repeated. So you can make your analysis to understand a lot. So you can also check out the distribution. For example, this is the bank names like CBE, Dashen Bank, and Bank of Abyssinia. And this is the distribution. Yeah, the rating distribution. So people were rating from 0 to 5, and you can see the rating distribution for CBE, which is very high, I think this is from a previous data. I really don't believe this is true on the scenarios that we are now. Dash Bank have the top rating. Bank of Abyssinia have a lower rating. But also you can see that the very lowest rating also comes from Dash Bank. So analyzing this data to come up with a certain information is a role of analyst, and making a prediction is a role of data scientist, collecting the data, like scraping, for example, in this mobile app, you need to be able to scrape the data from from Google Play. So I couldn't find the script, but you can find it in this repository. Is the work of a data scientist, a data engineer. Okay, so this is generally an introduction to you regarding data science. So some of you have said, Sally, you said, good evening, sir. I'm Sally from India. I have a question. Do you teach Python to data science from basics? Because I'm totally new. I don't know anything really. So this section is typically for introduction to data science in just Python, but there we'll have other sections regarding depth data science, but that's not a free version. That's a paid version of the course. So Sally said, okay, Sally said when you finish, she will tell you. Okay, thank you, Sally. It's good news for mentioning this. Robel said, you must get a knowledge of mathematics. That's absolutely true, Robel. So when it comes to data science, the knowledge of math is very vital. Statistics and mathematics. Necessarily, all the models are based on math. So if you want to be good at programming, especially when it comes to data science, in any of the roles that I said, mathematics is the heart of it. So what libraries have you used for the Dashing Bank and analysis? You can always check out my GitHub, the link that I sent, in any of the notebooks, like for example, sentiment and thematic analysis here. This is a notebook, and you can see the libraries that I've imported. So I've mentioned them here. So these are the libraries. Like for example, I've used sklearn, Spassy, NumPy, Pandas, and also transformer pipeline. This is for natural language processing. So you can always check the libraries because the code is always there. So how Mr. Yobel said, how can we continue with a paid version of the data science course? So whenever we have the course, then we are going to announce it, okay? It's not going to be as short as 3 days as this one. It's a bit longer path, but then we'd announce it on all our social medias. That's why I've been saying, make sure that you're connected with us on our social media. I'm going to just send out the link tree for our social media. Make sure that you follow in any of the ones that you're interested. So I'm going to just share it in the resource section and also in the chat for you, Nabil. Great. Okay, guys, I think that wraps up most of what we've been learning for these couple of days. So let's now focus on our project. But if you have questions, you can always ask me independently. When we do our project, And now you said we have to pay. Yeah, for the big project, like the big data, the data science path, then it's a paid version. But for this one is completely free. So I'm going to send you a form regarding the uh, regarding your project. So I believe you have already selected three. You've done selecting three project ideas. So I'm going to send in the resource section a form. Keep in mind, everyone is not filling this form. Only the group uh, leaders. The group leaders would be filling in the form. So I'm expecting only 8 people filling in this form. We have 8 groups. Each group leader would be filling in this form. In case that the group leader is having a connection challenge, he or she can assign to fill the form for her friends. Can assign her friends to fill in the form. So fill in the form, 3 of your projects that you have decided. Let's see what projects that you actually selected to work on. The 3 of them, like the first project, the second project, and the third project, as we have mentioned in the Google form. So the first project is the project that you're looking for in priority, like project idea 1, and project idea 2, and project idea 3 are there in the form. So project idea 1 means that's the idea that you want to do the most. And project idea 2 is the next idea that you want to do. And project idea 3 is the least idea that you want to work with. So go ahead and fill in the form. Then we'd see which idea is much realistic as a team we discuss, and then we'll send you back to the group. Okay? So go ahead and fill it. I've sent it out. Only team leaders are expected to fill in the form. Keep in mind, make sure only group leaders are filling in these forms. If the group leader is not online, then teams, please discuss in your Telegram group, and only one member of the group would fill in the form. How do we know the group leaders, Ahmed? Uh, already um, it's been sent in. You can check out the PDF, and in the PDF, the ones that are in yellow are the group leaders. But if you are discussing already with your group, then I believe you can also select one group leader. So as you fill in the form, let me explain how we're going to proceed regarding the rest of the class. So you see, we are going to develop the project until I believe I have to see the. We're going to give you the time, but I think it's until 3 p.m. That's 9 Ethiopian time, or 3 p.m. Uh, GMT plus 3, or East African time. So until that point, you keep on doing your project, and uh, after that, after your project development, you'd have a presentation. So one of the team that you select from your members will be presenting the project. Okay, only one chosen one. There is also one announcement that I would like to make. We are having a summer bootcamp, which is located at Garji Mabrat Hail. This is only for the Ethiopian ones, because this is in-person program. Any of you living in Addis Ababa. So I'm going to share my screen to show you this. So this is the summer bootcamp that I said. So it's a very cheap price if you want to actually benefit from this. There's a web development track and there's a makers track. So web development track is where you would be learning website development from scratch, like starting from HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and also including some frameworks like Tailwind CSS and some development frameworks like GitHub for your summary. So you would be able to develop as a front-end engineer if you actually work very hard in this path. This would be a 6-week time, both of them. The other path is the maker path. In the maker path, it's a way that you're going to learn electronics, Arduinos, sensors, where you can connect them together and do any manipulations that you like, and ultimately come up with a project that is tangible project that you can touch, feel, like robotics or any sensor-based project, and which includes both programming and also making. So also this includes the maker track includes things like creating an exterior case for your project using digital fabrication tools, which includes design softwares like Illustrator and so forth. To put it in a very simple way, for example, my phone has a hardware that I'm holding now, and it's got a software inside of it. So building the software is the web development track, and building the phone is the maker's track. So at the end of the summer, you'd be having a good legit project that you can add up to your CV and also get ready for your next passion in work or in your future endeavors in your studies. So you can also benefit from both of the tracks because the web development track is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, while the makers track is Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So it's 3 days per week that you're going to learn these. If you're taking both the tracks, then you have 500 discount, and that's going to be 12,000 per. And that's a 6-week, almost above 100 hours of class. Okay, so that said, now you can keep on filling in the form. So please make sure that you fill in the form, because the only response that I see is, I think, 3. Yeah, 3 people have filled in the form, and that is from group 1, group 6, and group 4. All the other groups like group 2, group 3, group 5, group 8, we're expecting your response. But for those of you, we'll be checking out your projects, okay? And we'll come up with a decision which project that you're going to work on. Yeah, you're going to start your project right away. Just fill in the form, and in 10 minutes, we're going to tell you which products that you're going to develop. So we're not going to have any class or anything until 9, that is Ethiopian 9 time, or 3 p.m. Okay, until 3 p.m. we're not going to have any class. We're going to come back at 3 p.m. Okay, stay live on this section in case we want to announce anything. I suggest you stay live. But for your teammates, yeah, you can have your own personal meetings, like send out Google Meets, or maybe just have a Telegram video calls inside of your group so that you can discuss more, brainstorm more. Okay, the way that you can do projects effectively is first divide the project into tasks, okay, smaller tasks, and divide the tasks between the team members, especially the team leader. Take a role in this. So divide the project into a smaller tasks and take assign each tasks based on agreements. Okay, agree to take tasks, and everyone completes the task, and then you bring all the tasks together, and then you'll be presenting. So for the presentation, we really don't want you presenting how the logic of the code works, but just displaying what you've done. Okay, giving it input, running the code necessarily. Just run the code and show us what it does. Don't show us the if statement, the loops, and everything, because we won't have enough time as 8 team members present. Okay, so make sure that you present like that. And if you like to create, actually create a presentation slide presenting your project and what it is, like let's say 3 slides or maximum of 5 slides, 3 to 5 slides. Don't have a slide above that. I'm going to write everything that I've said now and send it out in the group. Okay. Um, Okay, in case, okay, now group 3 have field, group 1 have field, group 7 have field, group 6 have field, and group 4. Group 8, I don't know. I can't see you. Group 4, group 6, group 7, group 1, and group 3. Group 8, I don't see you. Groups that haven't filled, please fill it in. Um, in case it didn't work, group 8, please fill it in again. This time it allows you to fill in more than one time, so it's okay. Go ahead and fill it in. Just to keep this very crystal clear, I'm going to fill it. I'm going to explain one more time about the project. So we're going to select one of the projects that you've sent, and you start to work on that specific project. So you have your mentors, you start to work on a project, and as much as possible, divide the project between your teams, which makes you faster to do your project. And later at 3 p.m., you would start to present. So we would randomly pick or generate a random numbers between 1 to 8, and then teams would be presenting. Okay, so one thing to keep in mind is that you need to have a presentation slide, which is maximum of 5, minimum of 3 pages. Don't have a big slide because you only have 5 minutes of presentation. Okay, that includes the code. So you need to be very sharp on what you present. Test and try to present before the class. Okay, so it's just only 5 minutes of presentation, and um, for the code, don't go ahead and try explaining us the code, because what we really are interested to see is just what your code does. So just run the code, first present what your idea is, and then go ahead and run the code, and we'll see that. Okay, group 8 said we have filled in the form. I see group 3, group 4, I see group 5, group 6, group 7, group 8. Voila. 1, 2. I see 1, group 3, group 4, group 5, 6, group 7, and group 8. Only remaining is, I think, group 2. Group 2, I don't know who is group 2. Please fill in the form. I'm going to be on mute, and in just 5 to 10 minutes, we'll be announcing which project has been chosen. Nati, as we start to make decisions on the project, can you please send out the attendance so that they can start to work? Group 2 we did, you said, but I couldn't see. Group 2, please refill the form. I just saw, I refreshed. Salamawit, I refreshed, but I can't see you guys. Please just go ahead and fill it again, Salamite. You're allowed to fill it again. So fill it again so that it, yeah, it just came. Edna Tasfai is group 2, the team leader. Edna Tasfai, you have mentioned in 2 groups. First, you filled in as a group 4, then later as a group 2. What are you doing? Which group are you, Edna? Okay, Edna is from group 2. Okay, I'm deleting the first one. So group 4 haven't filled in. So group 4, please go ahead and fill it in. Until then, Nati, can you please send out the form, the attendance? Can you confirm me in the chat? Thank you for your confirmation, Nati. So Nati will be sending you out the forms, and you can start to fill in the attendance as he sends it out. And then just as you fill it in, we'll come back to we'll go ahead and check your project. Salamoid, you are group 1, right? I think you were group 2. Salamoid, you were group 2. That was Edna's. Edna accidentally filled you as group 4. That's why. Now we can see. Two people have filled in group 5 twice. Can you please check? Because I can see for group 5, it's Jonas Abebe and Dagam Wonderson. Who is group 5? Also, I can check it. Please, Jonas Abebe and Dagam Wonderson, you guys have filled in as group 5. Yeah, okay, Dagan. So I think you filled in the form because you're a leader. Uh, but it's okay if your group leader was not active, you became a leader. So are you group five? Jonas Abebe, you also filled in group five. What group are you? Jonas Abebe. So keep in mind that you're not expected to do data science project. It's not in the scope of this training that you haven't learned. So just focus on working on what you have learned until functions to do this. You're not required to do data science project, which is, I don't think you have enough time for that. Okay, as we will be back, just keep on filling in your attendance. Hello, guys. So we've sent out all the groups and your specific selection that selected values, specifically selected projects. So please go ahead and check out your projects, okay? So as it's been said, go for lunch and then get back from lunch very fast and then start to do your projects, okay? Is that clear? Give me a confirmation. A PDF has been sent to you in the groups. Okay, good. All the groups, please go ahead and check out your projects that have been sent in the group. So your projects is being selected. Go ahead and select, start to do your project. So we'll be back at 9, which is after 3 hours, okay? Make sure you have you eat your lunch very fast today so that you reserve most of the times for your project. So the timer has started. Yeah, you'll be working until 3 p.m. So I'm going to share the screen. Most importantly, what you need to be aware is that you'd be presenting also your project. Okay. So regarding exams, today you won't have any quiz. Your project will be considered as a grading for you. And I really suggest that you don't leave this live section in case we want to call you and pass on any message. It's best if you can stay active. Great, you guys. Robel, have we tomorrow you mean we have class tomorrow? So no, we don't have class tomorrow, but this is the end of the class. But you'd have exam towards the end of the week. We'd have a poll sent out at the end today. Maybe it's going to be, I don't know, Friday, Saturday, or Monday based on your choice. And then we'll give you 30 minutes of exam. There's nothing class or anything, but the exam only. So we'd send you the exams and for 30 minutes it will be on. You do the exam and that should be the end of the class. But the learning session would be done today. Probably is this clear? I hope we understood 3 p.m. is very near, but I believe you guys are so smart. That's why. And if we're giving it more time, then we don't have that much amount of freedom of time because it's about towards the end of the day. It's for you to start to practice what you've been learning. Yeah, Salamite, that's correct. It's a 3 days training. Okay, do you have any questions? If you don't, use your time effectively between your lunch and your project, and we'll resume. Bon appétit. Through Malcolm project, have a good project development. Appreciate it if you stay online, even though you're doing your other stuffs, so that whenever we call you, we send out something, you'll be active. What about the certificate? So for the certificate, you complete these 3 days, and also the exam would be sent out maybe based on your selection, maybe on Saturday or maybe on Monday. And then after the exam, we'd evaluate your all your activities. We need to grade it. Okay, so it's going to take us a couple of times. Okay, so we're going to send you the certificates after like 2 weeks or something. Yeah, by the email that you've been working on. Wanda, is that clear? Yeah. Will you present here? Do you mean me or you? So Twanda, estimate 2 weeks. Okay, so go ahead and do your project. Yes, yes. You guys will present here. So you, whenever you want to present, I will send you a StreamYard link, and using the StreamYard link, then you'll be presenting. Yeah, I'll give you access to present. Use your time effectively.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good time on your lunch and also have done well on your project. It's about time for you to start to wrap up on what you've been doing and start to join the class. Please make sure that you tell to your group members also that they need to join exactly on time. As just the timer ends, we're going to send out who's going to present first and who's going to present second and so forth. So make sure to tell all your friend group mates in your groups to join the class. The link has been sent on the Telegram. They can always find it from our YouTube also. Thank you guys. Hello guys. Okay, so I think it's about time. So we're just remaining with a little about 4 minutes. So let's start to join the call. Make sure that you tell your friends, and also you can find, or you can give them, they can find the email. Uh, Telegram. Hello, guys. How are you? I hope everything was good during your project development. So let's start to join. So we'll start our presentation. We'll start our presentation. So before we are going to just we're going to pick up to start to present from the first group, and then we'd go on until the last group. So if there was anyone who would like to present first, then that's something perfectly okay. If you would like to present first, please let us know in the YouTube chat. Hello, guys. Good afternoon. How are you? How was your development project? Welcome to the very last section of our training program. So let us know if you would like to present first voluntarily. Please go ahead and share your name. Okay, group six would like to present first. Yeah. Okay, group six, you are number one. Welcome, welcome back. Salam alaikum, you said. Welcome back, thank you. Welcome back, Said Robel. Welcome to you too. The day was good on my side. How about you? How was your day? I hope it was great. Um, in the morning, the attendance was not sent, Said UL, but it was sent and people did fill in. Good afternoon, everyone. So, uh, Robson, you said group six would like to present, but already your group member have said that, so that you'd be presenting number one. So the way that we're proceeding for the ones that have just joined the class, uh, we um, we just we started. We'd be presenting starting from number one, group number one, until the end. So now group six wants to go first. So group six is number one. If you would like to go second, please let us know. If there is anyone who would like to present second, please let us know. Otherwise, we'll be just going on. Okay, group six, and anyone, any of your group, any of the group member who would be presenting for this section, I'll be sending out a StreamYard link, and then you can start to present. I'm putting this in the resource section so that you can join through StreamYard. Okay, guys, where is group six? Group six, everyone, so get ready. Uh, okay, the programmer, you said we would like to present first. Let me know. Let me know what your group number is. Presenters, please join through the StreamYard that I said. For all the others, team members, join the YouTube through the YouTube. Mm, uh, and make sure you are present. You press the present button for group one. Okay, group one goes next. So group six is first, group one is next. If there is anyone who would like to go third, please let us know. Otherwise, it's going to be group two. Okay, group six, are you ready? Okay, I can see that group six presenter Jonathan Brahanu. Please, Jonathan, join the StreamYard link from the resource section of in the Telegram. Jonathan, join. Have you joined? Please join the StreamYard with your correct name so that I can spot you. So I just saw group five would like to present third. Okay, group five would be presenting as the third one. Group three would like to go fourth. Okay, group three is the fourth. Jonathan, are you in the StreamYard? Guys, you need to be very swift because we don't really have that much amount of time. Khalid and Torpedo said group four. I think that's going to be the fifth presenter. Jonathan, so group six, I would like, I'm going to pass you if I don't see you in the StreamYard. You only have 5 minutes for presentation, and if you don't join in very swiftly, then Robson said, Robson Solomon said it's full. What is full? What is full, Robson? The StreamYard is full. What is full? Oh, it says the studio is full. Okay, I'm going to kick out some of you. So don't join except if you are not a presenter. So now try. The presenter for group six, please go ahead and try. Only the presenter. You know, if you are two presenters also, go ahead and join. Only group six, otherwise I'll kick you out from the StreamYard. Okay, I see Jonathan. I'm going to put you on stage. I've added you on stage. Your device just got disconnected. Guys, you need to be very ready. So I'm going to pass to group one. Maybe get your stuffs ready and you join back. Jonathan, your device is disconnected. Okay, I think Robson is also group six. Robson, you're on stage. Your mic is on, Robson. Are you the presenter for this group? Can you hear me? Your mic is on mute uh, if you're speaking. Okay, so I'm going to pass to group. Okay, Jonathan, I just saw you on stage. Jonathan, you're on stage. Please unmute. Can you hear me? Jonathan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can all hear you. Please open up your screen. I'm going to turn on the timer. You only have 5 minutes for your presentation in demo. Oh, your device just got disconnected. Okay, I think maybe other teams just discuss. Jonathan, you keep on getting disconnected, and it's already been.
Am I audible, mister?
Yeah, you're audible now.
Maybe the problem is on the camera. When I try to start the camera, is kicking off me
You,
from
you
the
don't
stage.
you, you don't turn on the camera. There is. Can you see the present button next to settings and next to camera? Just press that. Maybe other part of the team, please discuss with Jonathan and find a one to present. Group one, who's the presenter for group one? Who's the presenter from group one for group one? For group one, the programmer, please join using the StreamYard. Join using StreamYard. The programmer, uh, is this you, the programmer? Can you unmute and Kadus, I think this is you. Can you unmute and speak?
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. I can hear you perfectly. Can you press the present button and start to present?
Okay.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. I have started the timer. When the timer is ringing, then you stop. So uh, you have 2.5 minutes for your presentation and the remaining 2.5 for your demo of your um, project. There you go. So I've started
Okay,
the 5 minutes.
do I present, do I share the screen, right?
Yeah. Press the present button. Can you see a plus sign with a screen? Present button.
Yes.
Go ahead and press that.
After that, do I share the screen?
Yeah. Just share the whole screen. That's much better.
Okay, the entire screen.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, I'm adding you. Okay, now you can open up whatever you like and just proceed.
Okay, here we have the PPT presentation, and it's just a little things about the to-do list. Okay, when we dive in, what is to-do list? A to-do list is a list of tasks that needs to be completed, you know. When you want to complete tasks by the end of the day or at some point, you just write it in a to-do list and just check it out after some time. So it's just a tool organizing your thoughts and priorities for to accomplish a task. And you can do both digital apps in softwares or physical like paper or whiteboard. So we just made a digital form of to-do list to make it easier. It's also a roadmap for your work day or project, you know? Okay. And then why use a to-do list? Because it increases your productivity, which means if you want to focus on what matters the most, you just write it on the to-do list and just check it out, and then try to achieve it. Okay, and the second one is improve the time management. Allocate time effectively. If you want to manage yourself in the given time, in the given period of time, you just write at what time you just want to finish the tasks, and then you just finish them. And reduce stress and anxiety. If you have a lot of tasks to do and then you just don't know from which to start, you just write it on a to-do list, and then step by step you just finish your tasks. And it's enhanced organization, which means to stay on top of tasks and deadlines, and also for better memory, which reduces reliance and mental reminders. Okay, key elements of effective to-do list. They are specific and actionable, realistic and achievable, and time bound or time estimates, which means you have to finish it in a given time. And you should be specific about your actions, and you have to write things that are realistic. And also prioritization techniques like the ABC methods, uh, Pareto principle like 80-20% rule, and focus on the percentage on 20% and 80% result. Also, thank you very much. Sorry, you know, it says yes, to focus on 20% task and 80% result. And that's all our presentation, and thank you. That's the PowerPoint presentation. And let me proceed to the this presentation, this demo. I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you're perfectly audible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, here we have our console. Our when we run this, you can see that we have a little to-do list right here. It says to-do list menu, and we have four options: to add a task, to view tasks. If you don't want any task, you have to delete and just quit. So if we want to just add a task, we press 1, and then enter. It says enter task. If I just want to finish a task, like if I just want to watch a movie, I'll just write watch a movie, and then enter. It says task added. So in my to-do list, I have a task which is to watch a movie. And then if I just forgot about what I wrote and just want to check what I wrote, I press the second button, which is number 2, view tasks. If I want to view the tasks that I have written, 2, and then it says your tasks are watch a movie. Also, I can add as much as tasks as I want. Like after that, I want to code something, and then if after my task is added, I can just press the second button, and then I can see that I have two things: watching a movie and coding something. Okay, and then if I just don't want to watch a movie and just code Python right now, I can just say delete task, which is number 3, and then I press the number 3 and then enter. It says enter the number of the task to delete, because there are many tasks here. Like there are 2 tasks, and if I want, it asks me that the number of tasks I want to delete, the number of the tasks I want to delete. So I want to delete the number 1. So I press number 1 and then enter.
You
It says deleted watch movie. So after that, I just want to check the task if it is deleted, and then voila, it is deleted, and I have only one task to do. It says code something. Okay, and just the last button is quit. Just 4, and then it says goodbye. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I can answer that.
Great. If you have any questions for group number one, then you can always ask in the chat section. If you have applause, if you are having any comments for this group, go ahead and write down your comments. Dagon gave you a fire.
Yeah. Sorry I didn't introduce myself first. I am Kadus Masvin. I am from Group 1. I just finished grade 8 this year with a nice result, with a 99% ministry result. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kidus, and congratulations on your results for ministry. This is absolutely great. You have done a great job. I like your project, especially your presentation. You clearly explained what a to-do list is and why it's important. And I like the flow of your time. You've used almost effectively your time. Great job. Congratulations, team, for
Yeah.
all the efforts that you've done.
Thank
Okay,
you too,
I'm now
Mister.
okay.
Thank
So
you
you're
for
welcome.
teaching us.
You're
Okay.
you're welcome. You're welcome. So now I'm putting you down from stage, and I can see Jonathan online. Uh, Jonathan, I'm bringing you on stage. Okay, there you go, Jonathan. I think that's for group 6, right?
Yes, yes. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. So you have your 5 minutes. I'm starting you. Okay,
Okay,
go
thank
ahead.
you for giving us this chance. Let's go to the presentation slide. And
So press the present button, and then I would bring it on stage for you.
okay, okay. So let's start from the presentation. Is this visible, the presentation slide?
Yes,
Okay, thank you for giving us this chance. So our project is dice roller. It's just a simple console-based dice roller program. It is
sorry, but
an
can you
interactive.
make it full screen? Can you make it full screen?
Okay. What about now?
Perfect.
Okay, so our project is an interactive Python-based virtual dice game. So we try to make it more interactive to add some console-based UI using ASCII system, and to make it like a kind of addictive by inputting some kind of motivational quotes after rolling the die. So the objective and the introduction of this project is this program simulates a six-sided die. There are many types of die, but we use a six-sided die for this program. So users can roll the die interactively through the console, and attempt the message will appear after each roll based on the result. If after rolling randomly, if the result is 1, we will see some time the message. If the result is 4, we will see some time the message. So the program also finally after end of the rolling the die, it tracks the total rolls and history of the rolls, also frequency of each phase of the dice. So the objective is to make it fun, interactive, and uh, like easy to understand, simulating using Python fundamentals. So the program flow features is here. So message prompts to user to start, and after the message sent to the user, if the user wants to start, and if the user is ready, the dice rolling animation is shown. Also, I forgot to say to you, we added a simple animation like to make it more interactive, and a random die face will be displayed using ASCII art. And finally, attempt the message is shown based on the result. And finally, if the user wants to stop rolling the die, the statistics and number of faces on each trial will be shown. So this is the output, sample output and results. So we will see this on Tony ID after showing you this. If the user is ready or not, it will ask first. Then if the user is ready, it says rolling, and this is an animation, this part. Therefore random result will be shown for the user. And here is the tweak, what makes our program is more interactive. Here we have tamed the message for every chance a user gains. So let's see this on Tony IDE. Is this visible, sir? The ID.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we try to first like like draw the face of the die using some symbols like addition, subtraction symbols, and some dots. We use ASCII art for this. So we use import random and import time. Therefore, also these are the themed messages. This is like what makes our program addictive and interactive. So for every phase, for every chance that a user gets, there will be some of themed messages, which is one of these six messages. And here is our simple UI, like console based UI. We use ada emoji here and some equal signs. Then when we run the program, here is here it is. Give me a minute, give me a moment. Well, is it visible? Is this visible, mister?
Yes, yes. Your time
Okay.
is about input. Your time is ending, so be faster.
Okay, only 10 seconds. So if the program prompts user if he is ready to roll or not. So when we if the user inserts yes, so rolling, this is the animation. So this is a random generated face of the die. Therefore here is the themed message: jackpot, you rolled a 6, which is fantastic. And if you wanted to quit, like any other key, which is not y, so if we try to press G, therefore there is statistics, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So currently we encountered phase 6. So phase 6 was shown one time, and it says thanks for playing, hope you had fun. So this is our console based interactive dice rolling system. Thank you for giving us a chance. So if there is any question, you can ask me. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jonathan, for and group 6 members. This was a great presentation and a great way that you have done it. I really would like to appreciate the fact that you actually have created also a flow control,
Yes.
a flow of your program, which is absolutely great. I really appreciate your efforts. So anyone from the other part of the team who would like, who have questions, go ahead and ask. And also, I can see a round of applause for Jonathan and his team. This is great. Everyone is giving round of applause.
Thank you. Thank
Great,
you.
bravo. Okay, let's now proceed to the next team, which is going to be group 5. Okay, group 5, who is the presenter now? So, Jonathan, I'm removing you. Who's the presenter for group 5? Group 5, please say your name. I can put you on stage. Who's the presenter for group 5? Group 5. Who's the presenter for group 5? I have to pass you if group 5 if no one is responding. Please say in the chat section. Who is the presenter for group 5? Group 5. Okay, group 5, no one is responding, so I'm going to pass to group 3. Dagan, if you're the presenter, please join us through the stream link, StreamYard link. I just shared it in the presentation in the chat. Please, group members, share him, announce him, so that he can join. So Dagam, I think you're the presenter, you're on stage. You can start to present, share your screen so that I can put it on stage.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but your voice is a bit distant.
Okay. How about now?
Oh, that's fabulous.
Is this good?
Now yeah, that's perfect. Can you share
right.
your screen?
Yeah. My entire window, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
All right. So can you see this?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So our project is a workout generator. So let's start with why do we need a workout generator? So many people wish to maintain an active lifestyle, but they're unsure on where to begin, right? So basically, people want to work out, they want to get fit again, like they don't know where to start, they don't know where to begin their journey. So depending on your level of fitness, this workout generator generates a brief, customized plan perfect for your level of fitness, man, and it's perfect for beginners who require easy to follow and supervised workout schedules or routines. So what did we use in this program? So for this workout generator, we used the Python programming language, highlighting what we have learned during this 3-day training model. So we have incorporated functions, lists and dictionaries, conditions and loops, user inputs modules, and more to create a interactive and also effective program for people who are struggling on working out on and on. So yeah, in conclusion, this workout generator helps people stay active because workout is not only about gaining strength, it's also about increasing your focus, increasing your, like your mood. And, this helps with that. The Python programming language has enabled us to apply what we have learned while also using teamwork as our main source of success. Not only in these type of projects is teamwork essential, but projects all around the world needs teamwork to be as effective as possible. Overall, it was an extraordinary experience for all the members in this group. Thank you. So we can move on to the yeah, okay. So here it is. We start with a welcome. You can see this, right?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, perfect. So it starts with a welcome screen, and it says, "What shall I call you?" Basically, it's asking for your name. I don't know. So we can input Dagim, for example, and it thanks you for using this app. So it asks your age. See this message? We made it so that it can be interactive.
Excuse me, but for us to see it a bit bigger, can you try to pinch and zoom in through your mouse pad so that it's a bit bigger?
It's not letting me zoom. Okay. Control plus would work.
Maybe can you try control and the plus button?
Control plus. Okay. Oh, it's not working for some reason.
It's all right. It's all right. Just go ahead.
Okay. So where was I? Yeah. So it gives you this short message saying, so you're this years old, interesting, and then you have to give them your height. So I'm around 176, for example, and then based on your height, it compliments you, know. So all right, tall guy, let's see what you got. And then here is where the magic happens. So choose your difficulty. So based on what's your experience of working out, you can choose either easy, medium, or hard. So for example, let me just choose medium as an example. And then, all right, not so easy and not so tough. So here is your workout. So 20 jumping jacks, 10 push-ups, 15 squats, 30-second plank, and 10 lunges. So yeah, based on this, users can have a really good starting pass for where they can start off their working out journey. And then it encourages you by motivating you with this, you got this, man. And that is the entire program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dagim and all Group 5 members. You've done a great job. I really appreciate your effort. You've presented it very perfectly, the idea of it, and you've used your time so effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So if there was any question regarding this for presentation for Dagim, please go ahead and say it in the chat section. And also, if you have a round of applause, then this is your chance. Go ahead and give your emojis and a round of applause for Group 5 members. And next up is also Group 3. So Group 3, I don't know who's the presenter. Please say it in the chat section so that we can add you. Okay, who is the presenter for the next group? which is group 3. Group 3, maybe I don't know. Okay, Belen, I have added you to stage. You can unmute and start to talk. Belen, you're on mute if you're trying to speak.
Can you?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you, and I have also put you on stage. Your presentation also is live, so you can go ahead and
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Open up your slides and start to present. I have started the timer.
Thank you, sir. So our project focuses on student registration system, which can be used for any educational system. We used simple Python concepts. This is our group members. It starts with me and my other 9 group members. Our student registration system is a beginner-friendly Python project that focuses on the basics. It prompts the user to register student on the system and allows the user to view the registered
I'm
students.
sorry, but Belen, we can't see your slide.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Maybe did you share the whole screen? That's better because you're flipping between stuff.
It's not allowing me to share it for you. I don't know why.
It's not allowing you, but I think it's your browser permission probably. Maybe open up the link on other. Because you've already shared it. The only issue was you just
Let me
shared
try.
a single. But what's the challenge? Is it's not allowing you to press the present button? You had a connection. Okay, I think we lost Blaine until group 3 comes in. Group 4, who's group 4? Who's the presenter for group 4? Okay, Blaine, I think I saw you. Blaine, go ahead and share your. Uh, are you having a challenge, Blaine? Hello, can you hear me, Blaine? Okay, Torpedo, you're the next one, I believe. Can you go use the link for the stream lead? I think you're for group 4. Here is the link until Blaine figures out what's challenging her. You go ahead. So Torpedo join using stream leads. Torpedo. Uh, is this you?
Hello, hello.
Yes?
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Is
Am I
this you,
audible?
Torpedo?
Yeah, it's me. It's me. Yeah.
Okay, you're audible. So
Okay.
can you go ahead and share your screen?
Um, okay, so let me just share my entire screen, right?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah. Okay. So, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead and start.
Okay. So, the project title we chose is Grade Tracker System. So obviously we chose this project first off because it incorporates everything we've learned so far, and it's because of the time constraints we chose a more simple that's doable in a matter of hours. So the second reason is because obviously grade tracking system has lots of functionalities that we as a group could divide the work and come up with something that works fine for everyone. So okay, so it's an easy command line friendly for managing student grades. This tool lets you add, view, update, and remove students efficiently. It also computes average, maximum, and minimum scores and converts numeric grades or scores to letters automatically. Okay, so now the features and benefits. Okay, so the functionalities of this system is we have a function that adds a student alongside their grades, a function that updates the students' scores, and a function that removes, and also a function that views all records with their letter grades. And also one of its functionalities is it also shows class average, and also by calculating the highest and minimum scores, it also outputs it in the command line interface. And also one of its functionalities is it counts the total students. Okay, this system basically it's very time saving. It's a very time saver. How so? Because it automates all the otherwise very traditional way of managing student information, and it also boosts accuracy because there is less human interference. As is known, humans are more prone to error, and most of these functionalities and most of this system is taken care of by the computer. And it also gives general insight a general overview of students or class performance. So let's dive into the code section. Okay, so after we input 1, we can add a student name. For example, Mohammed. Obviously here we can only enter grades between 0 and 100. If we try to input numbers above more than 100, for example 101, it will output an invalid score. Let's input a valid score, for example 95. So it outputs the grade has been added, and now we can view the student record. So we have Muhammad here, and with their score, and also it automatically calculates the grade. And obviously we used here a dictionary because it's a more efficient data structure for storing and retrieving information. We can also okay, let's add another student first. So we have here 2 students now, or records of 2 students, Muhammad and Ahmed. We can also update a student's grade, for example, by inputting their name first. We use the name as the primary or the primary key, and not an ID. That's not the most appropriate one, but can enter their grade. We can update their grade, 97, for example, and we can view the updated score, which is 97 here, which was 97 earlier. And we can remove a student by inputting their name first, for example, Ahmed. And if we check our student's record, we can see that Ahmed has been removed. We can also view the average grade. I think we only have 1 student here. Let's add another student. Their score, for example, 50. If you want to view the average grade, this is the average score, 73.5, and the grade is B. And we can also view the highest and lowest grade. So the highest grade is 97, which is that of Hamid, and the lowest grade is 50, which is that of Khalid. And also the grade is also automatically calculated, like stated earlier. And we can also count the total number of students, which is 2. And one more thing is that we cannot add duplicate or records of duplicate values or duplicate keys. So, for example, if you try to add Khalid, I think it will say student already exists. So that's all about our presentation.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation, and I like the very good input validations that you have done. This is a great job. I really appreciate the effort from the people that you've been listening. If you have comments for group 4, please go ahead and say your comments. If you have reactions, you can always leave them in the chats. Thank you, Torpedo.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think it's you, Blaine. You're on stage. You're on stage, but I believe your connection is a bit challenging. That's why you couldn't come up. Okay, Glenn, it's very challenging for you. Okay, next up is going to be group two. Group two. Who's group two? Who's group two? Who's group two? Who's group two? Anyone from group two? Twanda. So Twanda, can you join the stream link that I'm going to share you at the moment? And who's the presenter for group two? Twanda, who's the one? Maybe if it's on say, I can put him on stage. Who's the presenter? Can you tell me the name of the presenter? Okay, William, you said that you will try now. Okay, you're on stage today. Okay, next, group 8, I will call you up next. Get ready. Who's the presenter for group 8? Can you tell me the name of the hand? Okay, to Anna, this is group 8. Who's the presenter? Well, I think it's Abraham. This is Abraham, you're on stage, and can you go ahead and share your screen?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Go ahead and
Okay,
share us.
okay. Okay, nice.
Share us your screen.
Okay. Am I good? Yeah, yeah. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you are.
Nice. Okay. First, I want to thank you all for this opportunity. So, uh, my name is Abraham Kifli. I'm representing Group 8, and we were working on fitness assistant. Uh, our project is called Easy Fitness. It's like a simple Python program that helps users to track their uh, body mass index and calculate their uh, calories in daily intakes. When we introduced the Healthy is a console-based application, as I said before, designed to help users to calculate their BMI or body mass index and estimate their daily calorie needs and received uh, tailored healthy recommendations. I am audible, yeah? Hello?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, nice. So, ለማድረግ የሞከረው ነገር ምንድን ነው? Like based on their BMI and calorie needs and like ሄልዚ ኮንዲሽን ካለባቸው ለምሳሌ ዲያቤትስ የሚሆን ሌሎች ሄልዝ ኮንዲሽን ካለባቸው ሪሲቭ እንዲያደርጉ ወይም ደግሞ ቤዝድ ኦን ዜር ሪዛልት ቴለርድ የሆነ ሄልዚ የሆነ ሪኮሜንዴሽን እንዲያገኙ ለማድረግ ማለት ነው። አት ኔም ኢንዲኬትስ ያው ሄል ኤንዚ ሄል ዩስ ቱ ሚን ላይክ መዳን ማለት ነው። ዚስ ሶ ኢትስ ላይክ ቴለርድ የሆነ ሪስፖንስ እንዲሰጥ ለማድረግ ያክል ማለት ነው። ሶ ፈንክሽናሊ ቢኤምአይ እና ቅድም እንዳልኳቸው ካሎሪ ነው ያደረግ ነው። ዌን ዊ ሲ ቢኤምአይ ኢንሳይትስ ፈርስት ካልኩሌት ቢኤምአይ ዩዘር ላይክ ቢኤምአይን ፎርሙላ በመጠቀም ማለት ነው። ዌይቱን ኢት ዲቫይድስ ዌይት ቱ ደር ሄይት ኢን ስኩዌር ማለት ነው። ሶ ቢኤምአይ ካልኩሌት ያደርጋል በዛ። ከዛ ቢኤምአይን ክላሲፋይ ያደርጋል። አስ ዊ ኖው there are three classification based on BMI, normal state, underweight and obesity ያለበት ስቴት ማለት ነው። if the user or the given data to the program is like below the 8 when 8 ከ18.5 ወይ ከ18 በታች ከሆነ underweight እንደሆነ ኖርማል ኮንዲሽን ላይ ካለ ደግሞ ከ18 እስከ 25 ወይም ደግሞ 18 to 25 ካለ ኖርማል ስቴጅ ላይ እንዳለ ከዛ ደግሞ ቢዮንድ ዳት ከሆነ ደግሞ if the it's overweight or beyond 30 ከሆነ ደግሞ it's obesity. So it's tailored based on these results. It gives the recommendations that the user should take ማለት ነው። So healthy recommendations are there ማለት ነው። So the next point is like the daily calorie needs ነው። The calorie calculate ወይም ደግሞ calculate calorie function is estimated to daily caloric needs using the BMR and various activity levels provides users with tailored dietary guidance for their health goals ማለት ነው። So based on their weight, height and gender and their activity level, it gives or suggests the amount of calorie they need in their day-to-day life. And the other point is user input handling. We have put the input handling program functions on the program. The functions get float, get int, and get gender ensure the accurate user input, while condition and recommendation provide and it's personalized health advice and tailored to individual needs. So it helps to protect or to give a refined output from the input. So to get a refined output, we should get accurate and usable input. So these input handling are the one which are useful. So the final slide is thank you. So let me show you just the simple program that we were trying to build. This is like ASCII Earth healthy. It says healthy, and let me just run it again. So first we come up with the menu. What do you want to calculate? BMI, daily calories, or exit. So we have to put from the main options 1 or 2 or 3. If we put 4, we'll go invalid choice. So please enter 1, 2, 3. So let's calculate BMI. 1, enter your weight in kilogram. Let me just put 78, and height in meters. So let me just put height in meters, 1.81. So your BMI is 23.81. My category is normal weight. So my recommendations: maintain your balanced diet and irregular physical activity. So just let me again, and do you want, like, there is here, do you want any of this recommendation type is separated by comma? Just let me get back free the here again. So let me go to daily calories. Enter your weight in kilogram, 74. In centimeter, my height, 178. Enter your age in years. Let me just put 22. Enter your gender, male or female. So as I told you before, we put input handling functions. So just let me just put il. So invalid input, please enter male or female. So I should put male. How many days you exercise per week? So just let me put 4. You estimate daily calories are 2708.62 kilocalorie. You want any of these conditions separated by comma, diabetes or hypertension. So let me just go through diabetes. So do you have like diabetes? Like I will get the recommendations from these options. I think I messed up with the spelling of the diabetes. That's why. So based on the user inputs, we will get the tailored response. So when I put 3, it puts me goodbye and stay healthy. This is how we implement this function. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. This was a great project that you guys done. I really would like to appreciate your effort. If anyone have a question for team number 8, then you can always ask. You're getting a lot of clapping hands from Saya, from Yamiskana Nuzmu, you're getting from Betel, a lot of clubs, a lot of clubs. Amazing.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we're not
Thank you very
really
much.
doing. Okay, likewise, likewise. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
So for
Nice.
those of you who have,
Hello.
for those of you who have just completed the project, go ahead and put it in the Telegram group. There is a topic that says projects and presentations. Then can you try now? Put you on stage, and let me see if there is anyone who's going to present for group 7 or group 2. 7 or group 2. Group 7 or group 2. Blaine, you're on stage. If you can hear me, you can unmute and speak. Until that,
Can you see my screen now?
I don't. Okay.
Is my screen visible?
Yes. Yes, it's visible. You can now proceed.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption. So, as I told you, our project is student registration system. It registers new students as well as few already registered students and exits once they are done. We used simple Python concepts such as input and output, lists and dictionaries, mainly dictionaries, and lots of function, including if-else statements within them. Um, so the first page of our code shows this. This is welcome to the registration system. It allows us to choose from the registration as well as view all the students who have previously registered and to exit from the system. So here's an example. If we choose the first option, it asks us for a student ID, course, and it registers us successfully. The second option will give us previously registered students. So for 1506 as a student ID. If we add more, it will show a number of students. If we want to exist from the system, it allows us to exit, and that's all for the concept we used. So here's our code in Tony. First, we used a function of register students. The first option, as I said, it asks for student's ID number, student's name, and their course. We use the student's dictionary here to allow to store the desired data. After that, it adds to this lists we used on the first part. The second function allows to view previously registered students. So, as I told you, if we choose the second option, this function will be executed. For every part choice, here, here's the if-else step example. If we choose the first, it asks our first and my name, Python. It has successfully registered me. Student plane has been registered successfully. So to check the second option, let us check if it's here is my registered students, plain course Python.
Excuse me.
Again,
I feel like
if we would like to,
hello, hello, hello.
what did you say? Sorry.
I think okay. It's I can see you now. You are a bit stuck. Okay.
Okay, sorry. So to add another students to the list, let's add one more student just to check it. Biology. Student Hedonok has been registered successfully. So as a last time, let us check for these two students here. Blaine and Henok has been registered for the student registration. So that's how it registers and views the number of students already registered. If we want to exit from the system, we can choose the third option, exiting the system. Thank you for using the student registration system. That's our project.
Thank you a lot, Blaine, for using your time very effectively, even though it was very challenging to join at the first point, but you never quit. You just presented this was a great presentation. Thank you. You've used all the things that you've been learning, incorporating into one project. Okay, if there is any question in from the other trainees, you can always ask. You can give a round of applause for Plain. Plain, you've done a great job. The team of Plain, also Group 8. I think Group 3, that was a great job. Okay, now let's proceed to the next presenter. Uh, group 2, Group 2 or Group 4, I mean Group 2 or Group 7. Group 2 or Group 7. Who is the presenter for Group 2 or Group 7? Group 2 or Group 7, who is the presenter? Who is the presenter for Group 2? I believe Group 2 is the team from Edna, as I can see it. Edna, can you go ahead and be online or join or tell me? Yeah, I think I can see you, Edna, but your device is not connected. Maybe other part of your teams could also present.
Everything go. So I'm good. My first can go. I need to go back. Yeah.
Hello, Edna. You're on stage. Can you hear me, Edna?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and start the presentation. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Irna Tasfai. And I'm going to be presenting to you our project. These are our group members. So we made a game called Hangman. It's a word guessing game where the objective is to guess a word before before time runs. Oh, I mean, before all of your turns are over. This is how to play the Hangman game. First, one person chooses a secret word and draws a blank line for each letter in the word. If guessed letter is if a guessed letter is in the word setter writes it all in the corresponding blank lines. If a guessed letter is not in the word setter draws one of the hangman figure, head, body. The guesser wins if the guesses the entire word correctly before the hangman figures is fully drawn. The guesser loses if the hangman figure is completed before they guess the words. What is displayed when the code is run? The welcome
I don't know why.
message is displayed initially. A
Can you
category
hear
with
me,
different
Edna?
pickup choices is then displayed after.
Can you hear me, Edna?
Yes.
Your voice is breaking a lot. I don't know why.
Do I have to present the code? Do I present the code?
Yeah, but your voice is breaking a lot.
Okay. Yeah, the Wi-Fi isn't working that much.
Okay.
Okay, so this is how, since I already tried 3 times and got it wrong, it drew a head. So I have that much turns left. I have 3 lives, and after those are over, I'm gonna lose the game, but I can replay it. So anyway, thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Group two, I think Edna had a connection challenge, but then it was a great project that you guys have done. Keep on sharing the group all the group projects inside the folder so that you guys can learn from one project. Yeah. So I can see that you're sharing it. You're sharing the code as it is, just copying and pasting. But necessarily, it's better to share it as a text file. Okay, share it as a text file. Okay. So I'm going to send you a form. This is going to be the last form of this training. And one last thing to remind you, you're going to have your exam, the final exam on Monday. Monday, we're going to send out the form at exactly 9, and it's going to be 30 minutes of exam. So 9 p.m., 9 a.m. Until group 7. Yeah, I was waiting for you to present. I have asked it several times. No one responded. Who's presenting group 7? Who's the presenter for group 7? Please join if you are ready through the StreamYard. Okay, you're unable to send file. Okay, okay. Let me edit the access. Let me edit the access. You should be able to do this torpedo in just a minute. Yes, group 7 haven't presented, but who is it? Are we Peter? Who is the presenter? Please join through the link that I've provided for the Streamlit. Group 7. Who's the presenter? Okay, I'm going to send out the final survey form. And also, Nati, please send out the attendance after I have sent the final survey. in just 10 minutes from now. Okay, Howie, you're the presenter. Howie, I can't see you. Can you please join the stream lead? Okay, I've added you to stage. And also, please share me your screen. We can hear you. Yeah, can you share me your screen?
Okay. So we find is password generator. So we wanted to solve a real life problem using simple code. So we created a password generator, and the goal is to make a tool that helps user generate strong, secure password quickly and easily. So here's how it works. It takes user input. It needs random. It works using random selection.
Can you share your screen? Can you share your screen, Howie? There is a button that there is a plus sign that says present. You click on that.
Yes, I have, but can't you see it?
I can't.
I shared the entire screen. Yes.
But I can't see.
Okay. Just give me some minutes. Second. Give me some second. Can you see it now? Can
Okay, we can see the
Hello.
screen. Yeah, we can
Yes.
see the screen. Meanwhile, others, I have sent out the form for your final survey. Make sure that you fill in very diligently, and especially regarding your names. Please make sure to fill in very swiftly, because that name would be used for your certificates. Okay, make sure the spelling is correct, and you write it very correctly, like as in you want it in your certificate. Okay, so that there is no much of a challenge. Go ahead and fill in the form, and I would like you to know that if anyone does not really fill in the form, that means there is no certificate. So go ahead and fill in the form. Okay, Howie, you can proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So we were working on our final Python project, which is password generator. So we wanted to solve real life Python problem using simple code. So we created a password generator. So our goal was to make a tool that helps users generate strong, secure passwords quickly and easily. So the password generator needs a user input, and needs works with random selection, and it's a secure combination and has a unique output. So the user is asked to input the desired password length, and then the program randomly selects letters, numbers, symbols, and combines them into a unique secure password. So every time we run it, it gives us a different password, which makes it great for keeping accounts safe. So when we the skills we applied. The project has helped us apply several core Python skills in practical ways, such as variables and input, using loops and conditions to control the flow, and calling built-in modules like importing random module. Also, and most importantly, thinking about how to use code to solve real-world problems. So it showed us that even with basic knowledge, we can build something useful and secure. So thank you for your attention. We proceed to our the code is very simple. Can I use my time to explain it before running? Should include, and we define them manually instead of using the string module. We could have put this import string, but we did it manually here. And here we combined all the characters into a single string called all cars. And finally, here the user, and then we ask the user how long they want the password to be. So we use input to take their answer and convert to integer. So to ensure some basic security, we check if length is less than 4 here for less than 4 characters, and if it shows a warning, the function, and we stop the code, and then finally we display the generated password to the user like this. And we put it. It asks it says password 9 here, so it gives us a password like this, and we run it again, and we will give something like 7. So it prints out the password should be at least 8 characters long. So that's it for our presentation. Thank you.
Great job. I really appreciate the fact that you went so beyond to do a lot of stuff like exception handling and everything. I really appreciate your effort.
Thank
So
you.
keep up a good learning behavior, everyone. I'm really proud to be seeing this with your transformation. Um,
Thank you.
so yeah, thank you likewise. So I'm putting you down on stage. So I can see that some of you have filled in the final survey, but make sure that everyone fills in the final survey because that is very important for everyone to fill in. And when you fill in, make sure that your name is actually the one that that name is going to be actually printed on your certificate. So make sure that it's actually um, the name that you want it to be on your certificate. Like it depends on the part of the country that you live. Sometimes you want your middle name and last name. If that's the case, just write it like that because that's how we usually do it. But if you want it to be a bit different, then write the name that you require so that yeah, you don't have a certificate with a wrong name. Okay, so please go ahead and fill in the form. If you don't fill in this final survey, then it's going to be difficult for us to give you certificates. Okay, so the last thing that I would like to remind is that you would have your exams on Monday, 9 a.m. East African time, 9 a.m. Monday. Okay, it's going to be a 30-minute time exam. Please make sure that you're not late. Make sure you're not late. So so that you do the exams well. Until that point, you can always revise, study from the YouTube videos, either the live chat or also you can also visit the YouTube videos. Make sure that you comment on the videos so that we can always improve. And as I've said earlier, if there are people who would like the contents to be in Amharic, make sure that you comment. I would appreciate it if it's Amharic, and that way we can count the amount of people looking it in Amharic, and then we can do that for you. So this is the last section. So go ahead and we'll start with the assistants and also who've been supporting us. So can you come to stage, the assistants on the Streamlit, so that you can say a few words that you like to the trainees. And in the meantime, assistants, this is the time that we can network. So please share your LinkedIn, assistants and trainees and teams from Infnova. Share your LinkedIn account so that we can all stay connected. So I'll do the same. Nabi, you say, thank you, dear teacher Lidatu, for your excellent training and unreserved support. Generous of you to provide this training freely. Stay blessed. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So I am sharing my LinkedIn, which you can also do. The assistants do this first, and later later on you all will be sending out. So assistant, please share your training, your LinkedIn accounts, assistants and team from Infnova. So Murati said, amazing training. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that you have learned through this training. Yobel said, thanks, Mr. Lidatu, for this opportunity. I really am happy that you benefited from this. Mr. Mariam said, can you provide a link for the website of Infnova? Yeah, it's infnova.tech. So infnova.tech. So just as a reminder, for the last one, anyone living in Ethiopia, we're just around starting off the next training in collaboration with Fidel Tutorial and other partners, where we'll be teaching about website development and also making. So the website development track is with a very cheap price, honestly, where you would be learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Tailwind, and also GitHub. That's a lot to learn in just 5,500 per. It's a 6 weeks program, and it's above close to 70 hours of training, and you'll be very fit to start your front-end development. And in the Makers track, it's 7,000 per, and you'll be learning about Arduinos, electronics, sensors, and also embedded systems, and you'll learn digital fabrications using design, Illustrator, so that you would be cutting different materials using laser cutters, and then you'd be connecting them together to realize your project. So you can also learn both of them with 500 per discount, only paying 12,000 per. Okay, so this is an opportunity for you to spend your summer perfectly learning great stuff, great skills. So in this way, you can also have your resume very strongly. So I'm just going to share the link tree in our group so that you can always benefit from the opportunities that we provide, whether it's free or a paid version. So the programmer say, thank you, dear teacher Lidatu, for your excellent training and unreserved support. You are a great and wonderful teacher. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'm very personally inspired by your words and good words that you say. The programmer says, stay placed also. Thank you and you're welcome. Mr. Mariam said the time for the exam is in Ethiopian time, local time, just exactly the way that we used to do in the morning. It's 9 p.m., 9 a.m. in the morning. It's 3 in the morning in Ethiopian time. Yes, the programmer have answered it for you. So it's exactly the way that we used to start this training. So make sure you study well, because it's not going to be easy. The exam is a bit harder than the ones that you used to take. Okay, so make sure that you study well. That's why we're giving you time. The ones that you've been taking in class is just for you to start to practice, but these ones could be a bit harder. Okay, Mela said I mentioned in the survey. Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone. I'm very happy that you have actually learned. So for us to be connected, we're going to build a lot of community staffs in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and possibly in Africa. So make sure that you're connected. When we're connected, we're stronger. So make sure you follow us in any of your preferred channel, and also on YouTube. So you don't miss any of the events that we do. Okay. The time in Botswana, I don't know, but the exam is 9 a.m. GMT +3. Maybe we'll make a post on this in the class. Okay, 9 a.m. GMT +3 East African time. I'm not sure I know what the difference in time is, Torpedo with Botswana, but you can do the translation. Salamawit said, thank you so much for the clear teaching, patience, and encouragement throughout the course. You've made learning Python enjoyable and understandable. I truly appreciate your effort and dedication. I'm very happy that you have learned, and I really also appreciate the fact that you've been sitting the whole day with me to learn. I really expect that you all be in a great position on your Python journey. Mr. Amariam said, thank you for your time. It was a great training. Likewise, thank you very much. You guys were all great trainees. You've been very participating and very active. Um, so the time is 9 a.m. GMT plus 3. For the form, make sure that everyone fills in the form well, because this is the form that's going to define if you're getting a certificate or not. Okay, guys, make sure that you fill in the form very diligently and also include your names very well written, like the spellings are correct, and also the way that you want it to appear in your certificates. Okay, it's going to be much easier for us. So I believe there are more people who would like to do this. Uh, I will leave this form open. And also, Nati will be sending out the attendance in just a minute. Nati, can you confirm and also send out the attendance? Hi, Nati. Can you hear me? Can you send out the attendance in the chat section? So attendance has been sent out in all the chat sections and also here. So go ahead and start to fill in the attendance. If you're done filling the attendance, then you can leave this chat. Thank you, Yuval. You said you're really a good teacher. No one teaches us Python like you. Really, I really appreciate it, and I'm going to do a lot of this. Okay, stay subscribed to Infinova channel so that you're going to get a lot of this. Thank you. Attendance is not working. Can you try the attendance now? Can you try the attendance now? It should be working.